Nagone? Okay. Hello, viewers, and welcome to Command Center. This is Tracking Beryl. I am Abigail McIntyre from the Government Information Service, and from this moment forward, as long as connectivity permits us, we will have this continuous live broadcast to keep you updated on all information necessary as to what's happening, as to Beryl and her movements, as to the response of the state, and whatever information that is necessary. So, half an hour ago, we would have heard from Prime Minister, the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, as well as NADMA and the Meteorology Office, updating us as of 11 a.m. what's the position of the storm and what's the position of the state. So, here's what we know and what I can recap for you. Grenada is still under hurricane warning, which is the highest alert we can expect to be hit within the next 24 hours by Hurricane Beryl. If it is forecasted that by the time Hurricane Beryl makes landfall, she will be a Category 4 hurricane. By the time Beryl hits landfall, she will be a Category 4 hurricane. We can expect conditions from as early as this evening into tonight and tomorrow morning. The Met Office reports that the period of 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. will be the period of intense activity. The Governor General, Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagrenade, will declare a state of emergency from 7 p.m. tonight. This will last for 7 days initially, unless earlier revoked. Now, the only way this will be revoked earlier is unless the damage is minimal. So that is the only way that it can be revoked earlier than the 7-day period. So as of 7 p.m. tonight, Governor General, Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagrenade, will declare a state of emergency. From Grenlec, we know that electricity will remain until it is absolutely necessary to be cut off, because the government understands that we would need to have access to charging our devices and so on for as long as possible. As of 9 a.m. this morning, all police officers have been called to duty, as well as prison officers. So, what you should be doing now. We want to ensure that your house is prepared, that you have water catchments already available, and we're going to talk more about that, because next to me in studio is Miss Jamila Lewis, and she is the communications supervisor at NAWASA, so we're going to talk a bit more about that. Make sure that all your devices are charged. Ensure your disaster supply kit is in hand. Secure all personnel documents. That's your passports, your IDs, your insurance documentations, and so on. And ensure that it is kept in a watertight container or Ziploc bag. Just ensure that it's in something that would not be damaged by water. Check on your neighbors, your family, your friends. Ensure that they are well taken care of as well. If you realize your home is not in a good condition and you cannot shelter by neighbors, then you are to head to the emergency shelters. All emergency shelters have been activated, and you can head there now. Shelters, as I said before, are activated, and you can head there now. So we're going to talk now with Miss Jamila Lewis. Jamila, thank you for coming out to the command center, for being here with us. We know that everyone has to keep their house in order, but we also want to ensure that the state is prepared. What is the update on NAWASA at this moment?
All right, So, good afternoon to Abby and good afternoon to the viewers. It's a privilege, should I say, to be in the command center. I was telling my daughter this morning, it kind of reminds me of Hurricane Ivan.
It does.
And I can recall having a 7-month-old baby and having to work through the natural disaster and thereafter. So 20 years later, we are here again. But from the National Water and Sewage Authority, NOASA, of course, we are in disaster mode. Um, Yesterday afternoon, our disaster response team met, and the purpose of that meeting was for us to review operations, review logistics, and ensure that we have everything in place from a water and storage context in preparation for Beryl. Of course, for moving from a tropical storm into a hurricane, of course, we had to step up our games in terms of our level of preparedness. And I would like to commend our General Manager Acting, Mr. Terrence Smith, and the rest of the response team, because we have been working around the clock from since yesterday to ensure that all facilities are in a good place. We do know that there are some persons that are currently challenged with the availability of water supply. And this is owing to the fact that we had some rains in parts of the country, and as a result, we have a few of our dams that are blocked. And once the dams are blocked, we are not able to have water available for distribution to customers. And NOASA, of course, apologizes for the inconvenience. Our teams, they have been on the ground since morning, trying as much as possible to ensure that we are able to unblock those dams so that we can get some water coming through, so persons can at least have storage facilities filled. What we are asking persons at the moment is that if you do have a supply, and please don't wait until it is time to shut down to try to have those storage facilities and containers filled. If you do have a supply at the moment, please make it your best effort to have some form of storage. Following, and I can recall in Hurricane Ivan, when we had infrastructure damage, systems were out for weeks.
Yeah.
And with the challenges of having water truck distribution, I can recall having to do everything in a river, go to bathe in a river, and then go to work in the morning. So I'm asking persons, no, we can't lapse with Beryl. Beryl does not look pretty. She seems angry.
Yes.
So I'm just asking persons, please, as much as possible, if you do have water within your homes, to have some form of storage, and not just to last you for today. Have storage to last at minimum 6 days. Our message of before has been to have storage for 3 days. But of course, if you're declaring a state of emergency from 7 o'clock tonight for at least 7 days in the first instance, then you also have to be mindful that you also have to consider water. So we're asking persons, if you could have some form of storage, to last during that particular period, that you make it a priority at this time. I would just kind of give an update as to the status of some of our water treatment plants.
Yes, because I know that in some areas they are not receiving water and have
Yes.
not received from since this morning.
Yeah, well, actually,
So,
some of them was from since yesterday.
Yes.
So we had Maribor that serves Maribor onto Telescope, the tongue of Grenville. That supply was off yesterday because of dam blockage. The teams, as I said, they're not able to do anything. The river is heavy. When the river is heavy, the team is not able to go into the river to unblock. So we have Maribor system that is currently off as well.
Okay.
Reports from Mount Agnes, both dams were blocked. We are happy that we unblock it. However, at present, the clear well is at 50% because, of course, if there is no water coming in the dam for treated for storage, then we were not able, and persons were able to use the water from storage. It is presently at 50%, but distribution is open. So if you're served from the Mount Agnes water system, please try as much as possible. Mama Can as well, the distribution is open, but it is at 50%. PTA Tang, we had both dams were blocked, but they were cleared, and we're very happy for that. However, PTA Tang is one of the water systems that were highly challenged when we had the intensity of the dry season. It is currently operating at 20%. We have closed distribution in order to that we can replenish the clear wells. So of course the system is currently off, and we are asking persons that when we are able to open, and our aim is to open before our proposed shutdown, that persons will be able to get some supply. Les Avocat water system is another system that is highly challenged, and at present it is operating at 35% capacity. And as a result, if you do have some supply coming in from Les Avocat, and Les Avocat will look at the Windsor Forest, the Richmond Hill, the Marianne, and those Laborie, St. Paul's, the problematic areas from a dry season going into a rainy season. We ask, it is currently at 35%. Distribution is open, but of course at 35%, some persons and high extremities will not be able to get a supply. So we're asking persons that if you do have a supply, of course, try to store and also be mindful of how you manage that supply. Mardi Gras, at the moment, that plant is fully functional. There is no blockage, and we give God thanks for that. So we're asking persons served by the Mardi Gras water system, the Montparnasse and those areas, to at least have some form of storage. Ready, the dam was blocked. It is currently unblocked. The distribution is open, but the clear well is presently at 50%. Annandale is our largest distribution network, from Annandale right down to the south of the island.
Yes.
Of course, that's where we have the hotel, the tourist belt. It is presently operating at 75% capacity. And of course, as persons are filling up their storage containers, then we expect a significant drop. So we are asking persons, if you are served from the Annandale network, to please ensure you have some form of storage. Vendome is also operating at 75%. Tufton Hall, we know those on the western side, Tufton Hall Dam was blocked. It was unblocked, and it is up and running. So please again utilize. We know Montplaisir and Concord last evening going into this morning, because of the high turbidity, those systems were off. We opened it this morning. So if you are from the Tongue of Grove and Concord, Molineux, Happy Hill, and those communities, please try to get some storage. Montrule in St. Patrick, presently it is operating at 50%, as well as Pegiswim. And Pegiswim serves the entire parish of St. Patrick, extending to communities in St. Mark and onto Dunfermline. So it is a network that is widespread. It is currently operating at 80%. Moncton, it was blocked. The dam was unblocked. We're currently operating at 90%. And Closure is operating at 75%. So this is the status of our water facilities. As mentioned, our aim is to have those facilities up and running. The reality is that we will have to shut down at one point. The proposed time we have at the table right now is at 9 p.m. So our aim is to try to have, systems open, especially those that were blocked, have them unblocked and have the distribution open so that persons can have some water. What is critical for us at this time, Abby, and I just want to reiterate it, it is always well to have water storage, but if you're not able to manage your supply, then it becomes a headache. Because when you have a tank and within 24 hours and we are not able, let's think about it. If we have you don't know what will be presented, and there is road blockage, there is infrastructure damage along our dams treatment plants, then there is a reality that we may be out of water for some time. So if you do have stored water, we're asking you to be able to manage as much as possible. So this is the reality for NOASA. As I said, we are not holding back water from anybody. The reality is that the inclement weather has created a challenge for some of our water systems. Our teams have been on the ground since the morning. I remember when I got up this morning, I saw a message, we're already out. And we're trying as much as possible. And I want to commend our team, because since yesterday, we are putting all measures in place. Our disaster response team, we have met 3 times since the beginning of the hurricane season. We enacted our disaster emergency plan. It was thoroughly reviewed. We enacted that plan at the beginning of the hurricane season. And critical for NOAS, and I want to reiterate that. Remember, we came out from a very harsh dry season, whereby there were water restrictions. And then, of course, a lot of the same water systems are under valve regulation. So we're coming from an intensity of a dry season, having to lift a water restriction within the rainy season, the beginning of the rainy season. And then here we are with hurricane conditions that are
soon after,
So the reality is that we are challenged, but we are doing everything within our powers to ensure that there is water available within the system so that persons are able to store, and then we will be able to at least, have for use within the particular period.
So can you confirm that your team in the areas where the dam is blocked, that they are trying right now to
Yes.
unblock these areas?
Yes, our team. The only reason they have, so there are some systems whereby the river is very heavy, and I can speak to Maribor in particular, because when the river is very heavy, then we're placing our employees at risk. Remember the rivers, the dams are in a river. So yesterday, we got a video footage from Concord, and it was crazy because the waterfall was very heavy. It was highly turbid. And then can you imagine an operator trying to go in that condition to have a dam unblocked? And we wouldn't, because then we also have to consider the health and safety of our employees as well. So while we have the external customers that are all of us are customers, but we have our staff that we also have to consider themselves and their families. And one of the things that I can tell you is this: we are shutting down at a particular point because we want to be able to ensure that our employees get to go home with their families. They have some water systems like Annandale and Mardi Gras that operates on a 24-hour basis.
So you would have people at those areas, no?
A decision was taken yesterday by our disaster response team that we are not going to leave any operator on a water treatment plant, because what happens if there is challenge with network and we're not able, we don't know. So that is why we made a decision that from between the hours of 9 to 12, we will be shutting down. And that would give our operators enough time that they can go home and be with their families. And we want persons to remind for that they are humans like everybody else. So we can't have them out on a treatment plant, when there is a category 4 hurricane coming. And then we have, what happens if the roads are blocked? We don't know if they're injured. We don't know. So we're giving them an opportunity to go home to be with their families. So hence the reason why we will be shutting down most facilities by 9 o'clock. And of course, we are saying 9 o'clock. But what happens if there is, by 2 o'clock, we realize that there is a shift? Because, Beryl is not just settling. Beryl is showing that she's wobbling in this kind of way. So if there is a shift, then there is the reality that we may have to adjust our plans accordingly.
Of course.
So all operators at all facilities will be at their homes with their families. So that is why right now they are out. They're trying as much as possible to ensure that dams are unblocked as quickly as possible, that we are able to open our distribution and that persons will be able to fall. But what is important, and I continue to implore on it, even when you have a storage, learn to manage your supply, because that's a challenge that we saw in the dry season, and we don't want it to be extended into a hurricane season, especially with what a category 4 hurricane presents in itself. We can all go look back on Hurricane Ivan, and at a category 3 and a category 4, we know what the destruction can be like. So we're asking persons to be able to manage their supply.
Of course. And what happens, I'm sure that NAWASA has, well, like you mentioned, its disaster plan.
Yes.
So after everything settles and we get the clear that the hurricane has passed, we are in the clear, what is NAWASA's immediate steps from there?
Right. So our immediate steps following a natural disaster is to we have to assess all facilities. I'm just sitting there and I'm reminded of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. They are desalinated facilities. So what happens if the infrastructure damage in Carriacou and Petite Martinique? Thank God at least persons have cisterns. So immediately after a natural disaster, our disaster response team will meet.
So you have a team that knows what they have to do.
Our teams are on the ball. Yesterday when we met, our general manager led the charge and we were able to assess. So we went through everything. Is it that, so let me tell you how it works. So right now, in every parish, we have pipes, we have fittings, we have, chainsaws, we have whatever it is the team would require in the event of it. So you don't have to leave Grenville to come down to town to get pipes and fittings. All those were placed on every plant in the various parishes.
Wonderful.
So once we have the all clear, we are able to go out, our teams, our district supervisors and their teams, they are able to go out to do an assessment. Once an assessment is done, then a report is presented to the disaster response team. And the disaster response team says, okay, fine, we believe that we are able, okay, so let's say Maribor is damaged, but we could operate, the teams will go out and operate. So that is, so we are very clear. So we have our disaster coordinator, and the disaster coordinator has been communicating with everybody every minute, where we have a WhatsApp group that we created for our disaster response team, and we give updates. So for example, that's why I'm able to just go on my phone and tell you what is the status of all plans, because all the information is there. All our vehicles are filled with fuel, so we don't have to worry about, okay, we have fuel on reserve at every treatment facility. So in the event that they have to move, the guys are able to do so. A thorough assessment will be done. And once it is prudent to do so, we will go out and do an assessment and then decide how we progress in terms of repairs, maintenance, etc.
Wonderful. Jamila, you all sound like you have a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
And basically you are prepared, which is the motto right now.
Yes, we are prepared. We are prepared. Our disaster plan, we reviewed it at the beginning of the hurricane season. Where there were deficiencies, we would have addressed those. We look back on the lessons of Hurricane Ivan. We look back on the lessons, because the majority of staff worked in Hurricane Ivan. You know, notwithstanding we have one or two new persons on the team, but the majority of our disaster response team worked in Hurricane Ivan. We walked through Emily, you understand, and then of course, you know, in 2022 there was some weather, so we went and we fine-tuned. So we looked at everything, we fine-tuned our disaster plan. And we ensured. And I'm happy to note at the moment we have teams in the office. They are safeguarding our infrastructure as well. So we have all our sandbags, the computers are being backed up. We have made a decision that at some point, as we're going to go as far as possible, we would have to shut down our entire email database, our network database, because of course we're not going to leave the system, the server on. So that will be done as well. But we do have, okay, so when email is done, how do we communicate? As far as Grenada could keep the power on, we will be utilizing our thing. And all members of staff know what our protocols are. Every member of staff, you know, we've communicated to every member of staff, they are in the clear. We have means of reaching every member of staff. After disaster, we have a list of all the cell numbers. So everything is in place from our end. What is critical for us, as I say, and our greatest challenge is when we have the challenge with the systems and water availability because of you know, the current water challenges throughout the island. But in terms of operation-wise, I am 100% confident in the plan that we have and the team that we have to lead this charge. And all we're asking for the public to do is to meet us halfway. And how do you meet us halfway? Is by ensuring, one, that if you have a supply at the moment, that you are able to store as much as possible. And even with your supply, we want persons to be able to be mindful of their usage. So manage your supply accordingly.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Lewis, the communications supervisor from NWASA, giving us some much needed updates. So we know at 9 p.m. NWASA will shut off all systems. We know that some systems are down at the moment, but it's because of blockage at the dams, and the team is working seriously to get those up and running so that you have access until the coordinated shutdown at 9. We know that all your workers will be inside, so there will be no officers stationed at any of the treatment plants. And so NWASA has a plan in place as soon as we get the all clear as to how they will dispatch their teams and get your systems up and running again. So we want to thank you, and we know that your emergency number keeps going off. You sat here for a couple minutes and the phone kept going off, so we know and she is responding herself. So we know that you will respond to any queries and so thereafter. Thank you very much, Jamila, for being here with us.
Thank you. You know, and as our pastor said in church this morning, we can only pray and prepare. The Prime Minister said it last night too. So we're praying and we're preparing that, you know, God, the favor of God just works with us today.
Definitely.
Thank you,
we are
Abby.
in that mood. Thank you so much, Jamila. So we will take a quick break and we will be right back because we have a lot more information to share with you. We're going to be talking about our shelters next, and you do not want to miss this information. Very important. So we'll be right back. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for joining us at the Command Center. This is Tracking Hurricane Beryl. I am Abigail McIntyre, and we continue the conversation so that we can keep you updated, informed, prepared, ready, whatever it is you need. We would try as much as possible to get that information to you at this time. We will be speaking about shelters right now, and I have with me the shelter manager, Ms. Tanya Hysanth, and I also have a shelter coordinator, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah. Now, before we talk about shelters, it's very important to know what those shelters are, where the shelters are located. So we would run through briefly that list for you. We do not take for granted that the list was out already. People supposed to know. We are sharing the information because we want everyone to be on the same page. So, Mr. Jeremiah, I'll segue to you so that you can share that list with us again.
Okay. So good afternoon to all our listeners. What I will do first of all is to go over the list, and I just want to make the point that the shelters are divided up into three categories. You have shelters that are schools, shelters in churches, and shelters in community centers. So I want to encourage our listeners to pay careful attention to the shelters that may be very closest to where you live at this time. So I want to begin with St. George's Northeast, New Hampshire Community Center, New Hampshire Methodist Church, Constantine Methodist School, New Hampshire Faith Church, St. Mary's Junior School, Boca Secondary School, Our Lady Help of Christians Catholic School, Bolio, Nativity Catholic School, Vendome, Bolio SDA Church, Ebenezer Learning Center, the Tongue of St. George, Anglican High School, Grenada Boys Secondary School, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, J.W. Fletcher Catholic School, Presentation Brothers College, St. George's Anglican Junior School, the ground floor, St. George's SDA Church and School, St. George's South, Kellis Government School, Grandans Baptist Church, South St. George Government School, Springs, Woburn Methodist School, Montu SDA Church, St. George's Southeast, Bethel Methodist Church Hall, Marian Prototype Shelter, St. Paul's Government School, Springs Open Bible Church, St. Joseph's Catholic School, Monjaloo, St. George's Northwest, Happy Hill Secondary School, Uganda Martyrs Catholic School, Happy Hill, Mount Morris Community Center, Mount Morris SDA Church, Mount Morris Anglican School, Fontenoy Community Center, Grand Mall SDA Church, St. John, Mongrambi SDA Church, Concord SDA Church, New Life Organization, NewLo, St. Rose Modern Secondary School, St. Peter's Catholic School, St. John's Christian Secondary School, Maran Development Center, Guave Mini Stadium, Grand Roy Government School, Concord Government School, St. Mark, Fellowship New Testament Church, St. Mark's Secondary School, Union Community Complex. St. Patrick's West, MacDonald College, St. Patrick's Anglican School, Shantimel Community Center, St. Patrick East, Hermitage Government School, Snehall SDA Church Preschool, Rose Hill SDA Church, Rose Hill Development Center, Mount Rose SDA Church, Mount Rose Preschool, Riversally SDA Church, Samaritan Presbyterian School, Riversally Community Center, St. Andrew Southeast, Mama Can Resource Center, Telescope Primary School, Subiz SDA Church, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, St. Andrew Southwest, Holy Cross Catholic School, Munich, Holy Innocent Anglican School, St. Andrew's Catholic School, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Birch Grove New Testament Church, Union Community Center, Ford Preschool, Grand Bras Community Center, Harford Village Community Center, St. Martin de Porres Catholic Primary School, Crowshoe, St. Andrew Northeast, Bele Government School, Pearls Community Center, Moya SDA Church, the Sacred Heart Catholic Church, Tivoli, St. Andrew Northwest, St. Mary's Catholic School, Lafayette, Marybo Pentecostal Church, Marybo SDA Church, Paraclete Government School, Paradise SDA Church, Maranatha Church, Lakabeke, La Poterie SDA Church, Monlong Pentecostal Campsite, St. David South, Wester Hall Secondary School, Corinth Government School, St. Dominic's Catholic School, Pedmota, St. Teresa's Catholic School, Vincennes, School for the Deaf, Beryl Community Center, St. David's North, St. David's Catholic School, St. Joseph's Catholic School, Pomrose, Belle Isle Community Center, Carriacou, Bogles Community Center, Harveyvale Government School, Hillsborough Government School, Glide Tidings Church, Dover Government School, Mount Pleasant Government School, Harveyvale Community Center, Hillsborough Secondary School, Petit Martinique, St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic School, Petit Martinique RC School. So here are the list of all our shelters for the state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeremiah. And we just want to remind you, viewers, that the shelters, as mentioned by Prime Minister about an hour ago in his briefing, the shelters are activated and you can find yourselves at a shelter that is closest to you Mr. Jeremiah just mentioned the list again to us so that we are clear. I know that the list has been posted again on the Office of the Prime Minister's page on Facebook. It's on GIS's page as well. So the updated list is there if you want to review it, just in case you may have missed something. But before you decide to go to a shelter, how do I know that I am supposed to be at a shelter? Ms. Hyacinth, guide us through the list of decision making as to how do I know that I am supposed to be at a shelter and what do I take with me?
Good afternoon to all. Of course, you need to ensure that you have a secured house. Are you in a flood-prone area? These are things that you need to look at to decide. Also, we remind that the shelter is really your last resort. So are there family and friends that I can go and stay with, or a neighbor that I can go and stay with? These are things that you need to have asked yourselves and plan against, and then decide which shelter. If those are not, your options are not available, then shelter would be your last resort. Going into a shelter, we remind that you need to walk with sleeping supplies, so blankets, sheets, cots, sleeping bags, pillows, flashlight, transmitter radio so you can get the updated announcements, food supplies for the next 72 hours, that is critical, as well as drinking water for 72 hours. Books, games, toys, if you do have children with you, so that you can keep them entertained, and as well as a way of trying to keep them calm during this stressful time and period. Medications. Ensure that you walk with your medications, especially if you have specialized medications that you have to take, as well as specialized foods that you need to also take. So we ask that you walk with those. If you do have aids, so hearing aids, walkers, wheelchairs, you should carry those as well with you. If you do have babies that are going to be in shelters, you are also required to walk with diapers and supplies for them. I also remind that there are rules to the shelter that must be adhered to. The shelter manager of the plant is the chief personnel responsible for the daily operations, and their decisions are final. So you need to obey them and the rules. Managers are not responsible for the individual items of persons who are within the shelters. You are responsible for your own belongings, so ensure that you secure those. I want to also remind that illegal drugs and substances and firearms and weapons are not allowed in the shelters, and if those are found on arrival, the Royal Grenada Police Force will be contacted. Alcohol and drunkenness is also not tolerated and permitted within the shelters. No cooking on open flames is also prohibited from the shelters. There are restricted areas within the facilities, particularly of the churches and the schools, and we ask that you obey and adhere to the restricted areas. So our computer labs, our principal's office, staff rooms, kitchens for now, within the first 72 hours, at least in the first instance, laboratories, computer labs, libraries, these are all restricted areas. For the churches, of course, the sanctuary and some of their offices will be restricted. Yeah. So we really urge that if you are going to be in shelters, that you obey the rules that are there. We also remind that pets, domestic animals, are not allowed within shelters, and that is in accordance with our Public Health Act. So if you do have animals and pets, you are to find alternative accommodations for them. These are the rules that we really would like you to adhere to and ensure that these are followed at all times. We do understand that it's a really stressful period. A lot of persons are remembering Ivan, but we ask that you remain calm, concise, think of what needs to happen, and follow the rules.
You mentioned wheelchairs and so we expect that sometimes there might be elderly persons or persons with disabilities that might need to access these shelters. If they do not have an avenue of getting them there, someone they can call or assist them, is there something that they can do right now? Is there someone that they can call?
So they can report, they can call into the Ndangba headquarters,
Okay.
and we will notify the team that's responsible for dealing with the persons who are disabled as well as the elderly.
Okay, so if you're listening, viewers, if you know of someone in your neighborhood or you yourself are having difficulties getting to the shelter because of mobility, access to a ride or vehicle or so, you can call NADMA and make that request known, and NADMA will then notify the person in the particular area, and they would reach out to you or your neighbor or so that they can get you to the shelter. Can you share with me NADMA's number again?
So NAGMA's number is 440-8390.
440-8390. So we're talking about the rules of the shelter, which is very important for persons to follow. And you mentioned no cooking on open flames. So people might go to the shelter thinking they could walk with their pack of rice or so, and there is a reason why it should not and cannot be done. So could you just elaborate on those for me?
So of course, within shelters, some shelters do not have cooking facilities and some do. Usually you would cater, so we do advise of canned foods. Crackers would be your safest bet in the initial instance. If there are going to be prolonged periods within the shelters, then accommodations will be made for meals. But in the first instance, your sardines, your cornflakes, your tuna, and crackers are what you would be using
Of
within
course.
the first 72 hours. Of course, you have to make sure that proper procedures are done. To cook, you have to know the quantities, numbers, dietary requirements of sheltering. So there are a lot of logistics that has to take place, and that's
Yes.
why we ask that you at least try to cater for yourself in that 72-hour period, and then the national system will kick in after that.
So some persons, because you mentioned bringing in medication, specialized medications as well. Some persons, their medication needs to remain cool. We're asking them to consider that as well, or would the shelter assist in providing, and probably an ice box or something that they can assist them in keeping it cool?
So in the initial instance, we're asking them to cater for that. And then if they notify, we can see what accommodations can be made. But initially, we're asking you to cater for yourself within that 72 hours. Your shelter, the building is going to be a safe haven, but of course, we're asking that you individually cater for yourself.
72 hours initially, the shelters are going to be activated for, but we know that from 7 p.m. tonight, the Governor General will declare a state of emergency, which lasts for 7 days. So when the all clear is given after the hurricane has passed and it has been declared that it is safe to peep your head outside the window, basically, what happens at the shelter from there? Are persons allowed to leave to go check on their homes and properties, or are they asked to remain there until?
So let me first say that when an all clear is given, it's an all clear stating that it's safe for emergency responders to be outside to investigate,
Right.
to ensure that things are safe. After that, there will be a declaration to allow persons individually to go out. So we ask that you would remain in the shelters until that declaration is given, where it is indicated that it is safe for you as the individual to be outside. We don't want
Right.
persons outside where there are live lines, water, and you put yourself more at risk and now having more work for first responders. So we ask that once the all clear is given, that you give first responders the opportunity to investigate and ensure that places are safe and it's safe for individuals to then be outside. And then we would allow, as the shelter managers within the various shelters, you would be allowed to go investigate your homes, ensure that it is safe and that you can return, and there will be a sign-out process for that.
Let's just say that the damage would be at a certain level here that makes it unsafe for persons to leave the shelter after 72 hours. Knock on wood, we're praying for the best though. But what happens after 70, because we're walking with food and water for 72 hours. What happens after this is finished and we're still in the shelters wondering why, when, Lord? So what would happen then?
I think it is very important from the start that persons who are going to be in shelters have a good rapport with the managers.
Right.
And I think Miss emphasized that at the beginning, that it is important that they follow the guidelines and follow the instruction of the shelter managers. Now, when the all clear is given, the shelter manager is tied to the wider system of management, and the shelter managers would be in a position now to give a brief to the persons who are in the shelter as to what the next move is going to be. But we don't want them to just be taking matters into their own hands and deciding to want to leave the shelter. For the reasons that Ms. outlined, it is important to follow the direction of the managers of the shelters, because the managers would have to take their instruction from NADMA and from the system that is put in place for communication.
Right. And if we have a prolonged period beyond 72 hours at the shelter, NADMA is prepared to assist with supplies for persons that are there, or that is not under NADMA's?
No, well, the the relief system will then kick in
Kick in.
after the
Okay.
72 hours. So there's procedures, there's protocol that's in place, but of course we have to allow nature to take its course. We see what the damages are, and then we would know what are the next steps that we need to take.
What level of communication we have at those areas? Because I'm assuming that once the storm has passed, then they have to communicate what the issues are or what is the state of play at the different shelters, yes?
Yes.
So we
yes.
have proper communication set up in
Yes,
these
and
areas?
there is the district emergency operating centers who
Yes.
will also feed in information into the national operating center. So communication will be ongoing.
So the district stations have already been activated?
Yes, they
And
should have-
manned, so
should
we
have
have
been
persons
activated
there.
at 12 as well, yes.
Wonderful. Is there anything else that we need to add that persons need to know about their shelters?
I want to add a couple of things.
Yes.
Well, maybe not add, but emphasize a couple of things. As we indicated from the very start, churches and schools and community centers are going to be used for shelters. These spaces are used for school, they're used for worship, and they're used for other community activities. And we want to make sure that after the storm has passed and we have to return to our normal life, that we do not have to spend any excessive money to repair damaged
Yes.
facilities. So I want to ask our brothers and sisters who are going to be accessing the shelter to ensure that we take care of the shelters. Again, the shelter managers are going to be very critical. There are areas in schools and in churches that are no access areas. And Ms. outlined for us already that areas like labs and food
Computer
and nutrition
rooms,
area,
yeah.
computer rooms, we want to ensure that these areas are protected so that immediately after the storm, when we are returning to normal, that we do not have to go and purchase new items so that school can restart. So that's very, very important. I want to emphasize that. We learned our lessons from other hurricane experiences that we have had, and we do not want some of these to be repeated. The rules that govern the center, one of the first things that will happen when persons get to the center is that the person who is in charge is going to more than likely either post or alert the persons who are going to be in the center about what the expectations are.
Right.
And we just want to ask everyone to be calm.
Yes.
We are in this together, and it is important that we understand that there will be a certain degree of apprehension and fear and worry about what could happen. But I think it is critical that we trust the system, we follow the instruction that we are going to receive, and that we do everything within our power to cooperate, and, at every level, to ensure that we weather the storm together. So I just wanted to reinforce that, and let us continue to pray for each other and pray that, everything works out, to the best of that in the best way it can, so that we do not have any unnecessary results from the passage of the storm.
Of course, and we are praying for the best. Most definitely, we are praying for the best in this matter. So I have been following some of your questions and queries on the live, and I see that there are some persons querying about shelter enclosure. Is there a shelter enclosure, or are we asking persons to go to one of the areas nearby?
So they're gonna go to one of the areas nearby. Unfortunately, closure does not have a shelter. So we are only using the approved emergency shelters, building listing that was approved by cabinet and by the inspection team, because there is an inspection process that takes place every year. So the building listed are those that are approved for use in an emergency situation.
Some people might think the Closure Community Center looks like a well-oiled machine that can house persons, but there is a process of getting to the point of approving a building
Absolutely.
safe for
Absolutely.
shelter.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And
So
as
we
a
want.
matter of fact, the shelter inspection team was very dutiful in ensuring that they complete their work in time. And I'm glad we did in preparation for the season. We were not even anticipating that we would have a system this early in the season.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So these are competent persons who have gone out, engineers and so on, who have looked at the place, walked around the centers, and again, the centers that have been approved, they had in mind, the approval had in mind the safety and security of those who are going to be staying in these spaces.
Exactly.
So
Right.
let's stick with the approved centers.
That's right. And we remind you that if you do have difficulty getting to a center, because I know that, well, by now I believe public transportation may have shut down in some areas, and you may not have an immediate neighbor or so to ask for a ride. If you know you need to get to a shelter, remember that there is a checklist that you probably need to ask yourself first. The shelter is your last resort. So if you know that your house is not safe, you cannot find shelter from a neighbor, family, or friend, then you head to the shelter. The shelters are open, so you can head there now. If you need transportation, if you absolutely need it, then you can call here at NADMA at the command center, and the information would be dispatched to the relevant person, and they would provide transportation to get you to the nearest shelter. Am I correct?
That's
All right.
right.
Yes, okay. I want to thank you both greatly for being here and for sharing this very important information with us. We know as time goes by, we would update you. We would keep our public updated as to what's happening and what you need to know on the hour by the hour, definitely. So thank you, Mr. Jeremiah and Ms. Hyacinth. Thank you
Most
so much
welcome.
for being here.
Thank you.
Viewers, we were speaking with Mr. Dominic Jeremiah and Ms. Tonya Hyacinth. Mr. Jeremiah is the shelter coordinator and Ms. Tonya Hyacinth, the shelter manager. We want to thank them so much for being here. Remember, this program will continue as long as connectivity permits us, so we would go until. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, I'm just going to remind you of some of the pertinent information that was shared by our guests. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, viewers. We are here at the Command Center. It is Tracking Beryl. I am Abigail McIntyre, and I'm going to remain with you over the next couple of minutes to keep you informed. Just to let you know that we will be with you as long as connectivity permits us to keep you updated on the hour by the hour. We know that Prime Minister Honorable Dickon Mitchell will address you again at 3 p.m. this afternoon. According to my time, it is just about 7 minutes past 2, thereabout. So we know that he's going to address us soon. I do have an update here from the Ministry of Finance, the government service, which states that the public is hereby advised that all government online services will be shut down as a precautionary measure at 2 p.m., which would have been about 8 minutes ago. Today, Sunday, June 30th, 2024, as Hurricane Beryl approaches. Therefore, payments processed through pay.gov.gd, Asekuda World, that's customs, and other platforms will be unavailable until further notice. However, government websites and emails will remain operational. We will update the public on the resumption of services once it is accessed. That is when it's safe to do so. We appreciate your understanding in this regard. We have been sharing a number of things with you since we started at 1 p.m. And I just want to remind you that Grenada is still under hurricane warning. This means that we can expect to be hit within the next 24 hours by Hurricane Beryl. This is the highest alert, the hurricane warning. It is forecasted that by the time Hurricane Beryl makes landfall, she will be a Category 4 hurricane, and we can expect conditions from about 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. to be of the most intense level of activity. Just to remind you also, Governor General, Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagrenade, will declare a state of emergency at 7 p.m. tonight. And this will last for 7 days initially, unless earlier revoked. This will only happen unless the damage is minimal. Now, remember in our conversation a while ago, I know sometimes the jargons can get to us a bit, but when an all clear is given, the first all clear, when that is given, it is for emergency responders only. I know that as soon as we think it's okay, we want to go outside to check to see what's happening and so on, but we have to listen to our experts and follow the rules as they are given to us. So the first all clear would be given for emergency respondents to go out and assess the damage and so on. And then when the second all clear is given, then it is clear for us to step out of our shelter areas. Electricity will only be cut off unless it is absolutely necessary to do so. As of 9 a.m., all police officers have been called to duty, as well as prison officers. We also learned from NAWASA that the shut-off time for water would be 9 p.m. We know that some persons do not have access to water right now, and it is because of blockage at a number of the dams. NAWASA's team is out, however, and they are trying to rectify that as soon as possible. 9 p.m. is a bit of hours away, so they're hoping to get that sorted before 9 p.m. so that you can access water. What should you be doing right now? Right now, you have to make sure that all last-minute preparations for your house is being done. If you still have access to water, catch as much as possible. All the containers that you may usually pack your lunch and so water bottles that you may usually use to go to work or send the kids to work, full as much as possible so that you have as much water as possible. We're asking you to charge devices. You may be using your cell phone right now, laptop or tablet to look at the broadcast, to update yourself with what's happening on Facebook, to speak to people, to stay into contact. Please, we're asking to charge your devices. If you have a backup, like charging backup, and so they're asking you to charge those as well. Ensure that your disaster supply kit is at hand. You do not leave it in some shelf or somewhere. It should be close, that is easily accessible in the case that you may need it. Secure all personal documents in a watertight container. Whatever you use, it should be waterproof, so to speak. So your Ziploc bag, an airtight, watertight container. So your personal documents, IDs, passports, your insurance forms, health documents, whatever you deem are important documents to you. Land papers, sometimes you don't think about these things. Store them in a watertight container. We're asking that you check in on your neighbors as well. We know that there are people that are sick and shut in. Check on your neighbors. Sometimes we know that some of our elderly are a bit hard to convince to leave their homes. But if you assess and you realize, you know what, Miss So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so cannot stay there, let me see if I can convince them to come home by me if you deem that your home is safe, or if you can get them to a shelter. Please do so now. Check on your family, check on your friends, ensure that everybody is prepared and ready to brace themselves for what's to come. Shelters are activated. They have been activated. And so if you deem that you are supposed to be at a shelter, your home is not safe, you cannot find a little lodging by your neighbor or family or so, then find yourself at a shelter. Please, we're asking persons to do so. And there are some rules at the shelters that must be adhered to. What you take with you are sleeping supplies. You can walk with your radio, food supply for the next 72 hours, as well as drinking water. Toys or books for children if you're going there with children to keep them calm or entertained during this period. Specialized medication. Sometimes you're not on any specialized medication, but just in case, you have headaches or stomach, whatever it is, if you have children, make sure you walk with their fever medicines, cough medicines, whatever it is you think would be needed, you prepare for that. If for persons that would be needing their wheelchairs and walkers or so, walk with those things. If you have babies on hand and you are going to a shelter, walk with everything that you would need for your baby: diapers, wipes. I mean, we don't have to tell you how to pack your baby's bags, So we are just asking you to walk with those things. The shelter manager is ultimately responsible for all the operations that happen at the shelters. So we're asking persons to pay them some respect and just listen to what they have to say. They have been trained, they are qualified, which is why they are shelter managers, and they are the ones that are going to be responsible for these shelters. Illegal drugs and substances, weapons, firearms are not allowed at shelters. Alcohol and drunkenness as well would not be allowed. And if persons are found to have these things on them, the police will be notified and they will take action from there. No cooking on open flames at the shelters. And please remember that pets and domestic animals are not allowed at shelters. If you have pets at home, I know it is sometimes a heartbreaking thing to know that you have to go to a shelter, but you cannot carry your pet with you. But we're asking you to ensure that your pet or domestic animals are safe wherever they would be at home, so that they can weather the storm as well. We remind you that Prime Minister will be addressing us at 3 p.m. today. And so we hope that you would stay tuned to join us for that, so that we can keep you updated and we can hear what the Prime Minister has to say. I will be speaking very soon with a member from First Aid, the Grenada Red Cross. We're going to be talking a little bit about safety. Sometimes you need to know how to do certain things in the event of a disaster. If someone gets a deep wound, a deep cut, or a little, we just want to keep you informed. We want to keep you prepared so that you know what to do. All right, so we will be right back. This is the Command Center. We are tracking Beryl. There should be an update very soon as to the position of the storm and where we're at, the hurricane. So we will keep you updated on that. So we will be right back.
G R, the number 3, N A D A 473. Print on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me go print one. Right, and then we could just,
But that machine, you still look at that machine.
Yeah.
everything.
And then we
Try and
so
see.
we could just report one of the thing from the monitor, gonna stick now, yeah?
Yeah, I already called in the room there. There you go. could get the same, you could get the same.
This
and we welcome you back to Tracking Hurricane Beryl, coverage of preparedness events and actions live from the Emergency Operations Center at NADMA. I'm Wendy Chateau, and at this time we have with us the Acting General Manager of the Grenada Electricity Services. Many people at the front of their minds is their electricity. Most people don't want to lose their electricity at all. So we'll be speaking to Mr. Hostin about Grenada's preparedness for Hurricane Beryl. Hurricane Beryl, of course, as we know, is now a Category 4 hurricane and is headed for Grenada. We are, based on last reports, in the direct path of the storm, and of course the encouragement is for everyone to do whatever is necessary to prepare for the onset of the hurricane. Welcome, Mr. Hostin. Thank you for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you, Wendy, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Tell me, off the bat, I think what most persons may want to know is, what are the specific measures your company has implemented to prepare for Hurricane Beryl?
Okay, we've been doing some extensive work, right? So one is our hurricane plan, right? So that is reviewed every year, beginning of the year. It's discussed with all our employees. Okay, so we have extensive meetings, the plan is discussed, it's updated, and we make sure that everybody understands their particular role in it. So we have something called action cards, which is specific to each person in the organization with a designate, so they know their particular role. And it's what happens at the beginning of the year, at the month of May, just before the hurricane, before a hurricane or natural disaster, during and after, and the restoration process. So the hurricane plan is key, it's critical, and it's important that everyone knows, okay, what to do and how it's going to operate.
How has the Grenada invested in infrastructure to withstand hurricane force winds and flooding?
Well, there's two sides, or basically three, essentially. One is our outside plant, so our poles, transformers, infrastructure, external infrastructure. We've improved on designs, quality of material. We can't prepare for everything, okay, and we have things like land, terrain, and other external factors that we have to look at. But basically, we have a good, resilient, strong system. But when it comes to hurricane, especially in the realms of Beryl, who's been walking up the paths from 1 to now 4, it's hard to say exactly what will happen. Yeah. So that's one. The other is our power plant. So at our power plant, we've got a well-designed building, okay, and we do all the necessary maintenance, make sure the drains are clear, make sure that building is in good order, as well as our administrative buildings.
Okay. And like I said before, foremost in the minds of most people is their electricity and what happens during the storm. Is Grenada going to be shutting the power off?
It's our philosophy is to keep the power on as long as practically and as safe as possible, right? So we try to keep it on as long as possible. If we look at the context that we're in, and we look at what happened in Hurricane Ivan, it's heavy winds, a lot of rain, flooding, broken poles, and lines on the ground. That's a formula for that is a disaster, right, situation. So we have to be very mindful of that. So it's all the safety that we have to look at and protecting our infrastructure. So the intention is to keep the power on as long as possible. We will, our outside plant has standard protection devices, so that when the actual lines, when they clash or they fall on the ground, we have protection that would switch it off automatically. Okay. Right? So we will depend on that initially, but based on the strength of the hurricane and the winds, there will be a time where we would have to have a planned shutdown, because that's what's going to happen. Okay. Right? So the intention is to keep it as long as possible. We've got protection that will take care of it, but we expect, especially with a Hurricane 4, okay, there's going to be.
Yeah.
You
can't tell. Yes,
there's going to be infrastructure damage.
Right.
Right?
So in the instance where you have to turn the power off, what are the company's plans for keeping customers informed?
Through the news media, through our app, we've, got communication systems there. We'll be talking to NADMA, right, about, what we intend to do. Yeah.
Okay.
But we've got to, based on what actually happens at that time, because even now, there's a possibility that the wind speeds could change, the
That's
direction
true.
could change.
That's true.
Right? So we really have to, be very cautious and look at the track.
Pay close attention to what is
It's a
happening.
matter of paying close attention to it.
As we prepare for Hurricane Beryl, from a Grand Lake perspective, are you collaborating with any other utilities in the event that you require to enhance your ability to expedite restoration of power if it comes to that?
Absolutely. About 2 hours ago, I was speaking to Dr. Cletus Bertin, and he's the executive director of CARILEC. So CARILEC is the Caribbean Association of Electric Utilities, all the electric utilities in the region. And as a matter of fact, all the other CEOs in the region are paying very close attention to this. So through CARILEC, the other utilities would have linesmen on standby.
Okay.
And we've been given the assurance, that we will get assistance. This one it's peculiar in the sense that there are 3 electric utilities under hurricane watch. And utilities Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada. Right? So it's going to be interesting to see what this really works out. But I have been in touch with CARILEC, and they are aware of the situation. And based on our plan, we have to do an assessment, right? So the assessment is important. Yeah? And may I also add, you had asked the question of, what we've been doing in terms of preparation, right? So where we are presently is that I would say that we are as much prepared as we can be. A key element of that is having our transmission and distribution line technicians out, outside Grenada, at the remote areas with vehicles, right? So right
they're stationed at specific locations across the island.
Absolutely, throughout length and breadth of Grenada, right? So we've got trucks filled with fuel, chainsaws, equipment, so that once the all clear is given, they can actually start to patrol.
Take the necessary actions.
And yes.
And
we've got special crews that are assigned to do the assessment.
Okay.
So we have a structure with supervisors, persons that would do the assessment, and the construction crews.
Right. It's funny you brought that up, because my next question to you was going to be, is, in terms of your protocols for the safety of your employees, because while as a customer I want to have my power and I would like to have it back as soon as possible after an event, as a company you also have to pay attention to the safety of your staff, because it's individuals like myself who are going out to do the checks and so on. So what's in place for that?
Yeah. At Grand Lake, safety it's priority. It's extremely important, and we have safety training. With actually all team members, even persons in the administrative section, every month, and we have a number of procedures and policies. In this case, there's probably two main hazards. One has to do with the infrastructure outside, with trees, poles, and things that could happen there and endanger our linesmen. So there's a lot of precaution. There's hazard analysis. There's tailgate meetings that we do to make sure that we identify all the hazards. And when it comes to the actual restoration of power, we have strict protocols that have to be adhered to. So only certain people could communicate, to our system control. We have what we call a permit to work system, which requires persons to be trained at a certain level, to give the instruction to perform a switching event and communicate with our system control. So there are strict guidelines and control in bringing back the power and restoration.
What specific advice do you have for customers at this point as they prepare for Hurricane Beryl?
One of the things is that based on Beryl, and I say it's steaming up,
Yeah.
we expect power outages. We expect power outages and even a complete shutdown. So having emergency lighting and batteries is key, even for your radios, because we understand that once electricity is switched off,
It
even,
affects a lot of things.
even communication, okay, and that is what persons will be depending on, okay, to get updates from Grenada and importantly NADMA. So without the electronics being, cut or switched off, there's a deficiency there.
Yeah.
But I think we're aware of the old-time radios, okay, with batteries, right? And they work. So that helps your refrigerator have that to the lowest setting possible, so that the things inside your refrigerator will remain cool. Understand the location of your main switch, because that is useful. If your hose starts getting wet, definitely switch it off, whether there's electricity or not. Importantly, after the hurricane, all clear has been given, state of emergency release, and person starts going outside. We expect poles, wires, probably transformers, okay, to be probably all over the place,
yeah.
right? Do not touch any of Grenada's infrastructure, especially
I remember
wires.
hearing this over
Yeah.
and over and over from my childhood days.
Mhm.
Do not touch any
Absolutely.
fallen lines,
Yeah.
whether it's live or not.
Yes, to go further, whether it's electrical or communication or TV.
You never know.
Yes, because we have lines which are bare, it's uninsulated, so you could see the aluminum. It's bare, so you don't even stay a certain, you gotta stay a certain distance when it's powered. But we have lines which are also insulated. But insulated after a hurricane could mean breakage, damage, and someone touching that, not knowing how to deal with it. Okay, I mean the consequences are dire. So stay away from it. Get in touch with Grenada. Call us on the phone. Get in contact with the app. But it's important that persons do not interfere. And I have to say this with a bit of caution, because I remember through Ivan, a lot of people genuinely wanted to help Grenada. So it wasn't like we putting ourselves in jeopardy or anything. Hey, we want electricity to be restored. We're willing to help, but it needs to be done in a structured way. As I've mentioned, we've got a lot of safety procedures in place, so it has to be done by a qualified person.
What are some of the lessons learned from Hurricane Ivan that is probably guiding your actions now in terms of your own preparations?
Well, the hurricane manual, I'm making sure everybody knows what's in it. Having a coordinated effort is extremely important. But one of the significant things that we learned from Ivan is to make sure that our staff, remains motivated. Remain, that they are motivated and we take care of them. Because in Ivan, our team members, their home was destroyed.
Yeah.
And then you've got to come out to work, right? So it's important that part of it is taken care of.
The human
So,
side.
The human side. So we were able to bring in things immediately, from other suppliers. So we were able to bring in personal effects, for our staff. We transformed the company because all the work is on the outside in restoration. So our meter readers didn't have meters to read because they weren't spinning, right? So we used them to help us distribute lunch, to distribute water, right? Even certain people in the office.
A reassignment of resources.
Absolutely, because the focus is to get the power back on, right? So the office staff, the back office people, the meter readers, everybody got involved, in the core of the business, which is the core of our objective is get everybody back on, right?
Any final words as we wrap up?
This is a tough one, and we have to do it together. So it's one where, I've spoken about Grenada, and our staff is great, well trained, right, and very dedicated, right? But we need more than that. So we need to work with NADMA, we need to work with the general public, we need to work with the other utilities. So it has to be a coordinated effort,
Definitely.
right? And I think that is what's going to make the mark for all of us.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Mr. Houston. We've been speaking to Mr. Clive Houston, who's the acting general manager at Grenlec, speaking to their preparations and obviously, of course, giving some tips in terms of how to prepare and what you should and shouldn't do before, during, and after the hurricane. We'll be right back.
This is the National Operations Center of the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and we are coming to you live.
And we're back tracking Hurricane Beryl, bringing you coverage of preparedness events and actions live from the Emergency Operations Center at NATMA. We're back here with the Chief Technical Officer in the Ministry of Infrastructure, formerly Communication and Works, or as you said, affectionately known as the Ministry of Communication and Works. Mr. Kevin Blash, welcome and thank you for taking the time to be with us this afternoon.
Good evening, everyone.
Let's get the ball rolling in terms of measures taken by your ministry to ensure resilience of critical infrastructure, government infrastructure.
Right, so essentially we would have put some of our plans in place since Saturday night, since Friday night, ahead of the impending rains this weekend into next week. We have cleared a few slides, a few top bridges, etc. already, and we have already reached out to all of our heavy equipment contractors to have their equipment in place for any eventuality that may occur. So we have a few areas that we kind of earmarked that are likely to have issues. For example, Balthazar Bridge in St. Andrew, the River Road area.
One of the areas that is prone to flooding,
Yep.
even outside of a situation like this.
Right, yeah. So we have a few places that we're looking out for, so we are, so to speak, ready to go.
Okay. What advice do you have for individuals, though? While you speak of what has taken place in terms of preparation and clearing of drains and that kind of thing, with government infrastructure on an individual basis, what is your advice for persons in terms of preparation?
Okay, so I guess we could start close to home, to begin. So we still have a few minutes of daylight left. So persons who think that their house could be at risk for potentially succumb to some kind of damage, I think that now is a good time for them to consider relocating to. So I think the first step is probably friends, family, and places nearby. That is because we are getting close to a potential landfall, so to speak. So as conditions potentially worsen, you don't want persons on the road putting themselves at risk, also putting first responders at risk to try to
save
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just like us, just how we know places that are likely to flood, persons are also mindful of that as well. So these areas should also be avoided as best as possible if you are forced to leave during the course of the night or so. Reason being, if you're driving, the air in your tires could cause your vehicle to be lifted, fluidized, and potentially carried away. So you also don't want to put yourself at risk or other persons as well. With the time we have left for the afternoon as well, it could be useful to look around here and see if you have anything that could potentially become flying debris or shrapnel, so to speak. Because although it may not affect you directly, it could potentially affect your neighbors, affect vehicles, emergency vehicles, when they're trying to traverse damaged power lines. So that is ideally what person should be doing now, and also not taking any unnecessary risks to try to safeguard too much.
We've had situations prior where persons would wait. So NADMA always advised preparedness is key, and that you should prepare as far in advance as possible. Some people, we've seen situations where people wait until the onset of the storm, so the winds, the rains, or whatever, to try to fix certain things. What would be your advice for individuals in that situation?
My recommendation would probably be
No?
trying to address, well, at first, no. Well, anything outside of your house, I would say no. Reason being, you don't want to climb a ladder and then also put yourself at risk, which is dangerous even in sunny conditions. So some of these things you try to avoid it. Some things you can do if you have windows that you think can potentially be broken, if they're not hurricane safe or shatterproof. You could consider taping them off. So at least if they do shatter, they don't break into shards which are sharp and can damage persons as well.
That's some advice I haven't heard in a while, because I remember growing up, that was one of the things that happened every time there was news of a storm. You put tape on your windows.
Yeah, so for example, I'm not sure if everyone's windows have safety glass on.
Glass,
so if you do have, even things like mirrors, remember when they break into
Yep.
shards, and
Yeah.
these are also potentially projectiles that can injure you and so on.
And others, yes. How are your response teams being prepared to and coordinated to handle potential infrastructure emergencies?
Right. So essentially, how the ministry is designed, we have road officers in different districts. So since Friday, we would have been in touch. So at first, we would have secured our individual offices, and then discuss, like I said previously, with our contractor with heavy equipment and so on, have them in place. So most of the island is covered by a particular road officer, and they are in direct contact with all of the potential persons to keep the main roads and so on open and more
As much as possible.
particularly for emergency vehicles, not necessarily for the general public.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Because
Because we don't need to be outside during the storm. We don't need to be outside even after the storm has passed. We should not be outside until the all clear is given.
No, I think so. Yeah, that is also very salient advice, because the same thing, you could injure yourself, damage your vehicle, puncture your tires. A lot of the things.
Curiosity often leads us to do things we shouldn't, right?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Things are likely to become, potentially bad. I don't think this person should put herself in any undue risk.
Yeah. I'm guessing that your ministry, Ministry of Infrastructure, is also coordinating with the other government ministries in terms of preparedness.
Yes. So we would have been in touch with a lot of our critical ministries with their critical infrastructure, such as the Ministry of Health, etc. Making sure that all backup power is and all backup generators were serviced and are operational. Even just this morning, we would have sorted out an issue in one of our medical stations, where even the head person was shown to turn on the generator in the event that the automatic system does not kick in.
Yeah.
So these are some of the things that we have tried to do.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Houston a while ago, because we have the experience of Hurricane Ivan back in 2004.
How old I was in 2004.
Can you speak to some of the lessons learned from Hurricane Ivan and how it is guiding preparedness now?
Right. So essentially, since the onset of Hurricane Ivan, I believe a lot of the building code would have been updated too. So for persons who would have constructed houses in the post-Ivan period, there should be a little less risk than older buildings, of course.
What are some of the changes that were made?
There was things in terms of how your roof is constructed. So if you travel to other islands like Trinidad, they have very big eaves. Here we have very short eaves. The type of roofs we have are somewhat steep and very complex. Not a lot of gables, but a lot of hip and valley roofs. All of these things give you an added
Protection,
so to speak. It makes it a little tricky for the wind to actually maneuver through it and take it off.
Quite a number of people have concrete roofs now too, I see.
Right, yeah. So the trick with the concrete roofs is really constructability and making sure that it's properly waterproofed and so on, so that because it still can
leak.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Something that happens also is that if someone's roof is blown off, if their floor is not properly waterproof, so to speak, even the rain that comes in upstairs could still
downstairs. Yeah. Okay. Is there any final word, anything you want to share before we wrap up this conversation?
Essentially, we just want to ask persons to be safe. and we get through this. Regions we famous for being
Resilient. True.
That is our mantra. So we try to keep to that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Speaking to the Chief Technical Officer in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Kevin Blash, as we continue to track Hurricane Beryl, currently a Category 4 hurricane, making her way, preparing for landfall. And the watchword here is preparedness. We encourage each and every member of society to prepare as much as possible. Preparation is key. Of course, we don't know exactly what would happen, but being prepared eliminates at least some of the potential for destruction. And of course, the idea is to save lives and livelihoods. We take a short break and we will be right back.
This is the National Operations Center of the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and we are coming to you live in collaboration with the Government Information Service and other participating media outlets and platforms. Preparing for Hurricane Beryl and beyond, and keeping the nation up to date on national preparation and response. We particularly want to thank the Ministry of Disaster Management and all other officials at the Prime Minister's Ministry. This is the official source for all disaster management information. This is the National Operations Center of the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and we are coming to you live in collaboration with the Government Information Service and other participating media outlets and platforms. Preparing for Hurricane Beryl and beyond, and keeping the nation up to date on national preparation and response. We particularly want to thank the Ministry of Disaster Management and all other officials at the Prime Minister's Ministry. This is the official source for all disaster management information.
Welcome back to the tracking of Hurricane Beryl, and we continue to come to you live from the National Emergency Operating Center here at NADMA headquarters. I am Brenda Batiste. As you just heard in the 6 o'clock update, that Hurricane Beryl has slowed down from now moving at 18 miles, and we heard our meteorologist say that the slower movement of the storm will mean that it has a longer time to heap water and winds on us. Also, the center is moving closer to the state of Grenada, and which, of course, the Grenada and her dependencies, including Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and the effects of the storm will be felt from tonight. By this time, everyone should be in full, I would say 90% preparation mode. And those of you who needed to move to shelters, that you would have already done so, and probably taking the last 45 minutes before the 7 o'clock state of emergency to do so with some urgency. And Also, we heard that storm surge is expected, and of course, that will bring with it flooding. So we do have to prepare for those eventualities. With me here is the Chief Fisheries Officer, Mr. Justin Rennie, and you just spoke about storm surge and flooding. And it's so apt because here you are, you'd have to inform the marine community, especially the fishers, as to what, well, they should have already done a lot of that by now, but just in case of what preparations and what they should have done and anything you would advise them to do within this window.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the entire fishing community, especially our fisher folks. As you would have been hearing over the past 2 days or so, Grenada is currently under hurricane warning, and that means we expect hurricane impacts within the next 24 to 36 hours. As a result, I trust by now you would have made your final preparations for your home, but more so, your investments, which is your fishing vessel. So we expect by now all of the small fishing vessels, your pirogues, should have been brought to higher ground, and the larger vessels, which are the longliners, that is over 30 feet, should have been secured in a sheltered bay, well moored, and are anchored. So we expect that you take these precautions to ensure that, God forbid that we've been affected by the hurricane, that you'll be able to recover your assets and resume your fishing operation. It is critical also for the smaller boats that are able to haul up to the land that you ensure you secure your engines. So those of you with smaller engine, let's say 40 horsepower downwards, that are capable of being stored, remove it, store it in your fishermen's lockers or some other secure place. Your safety items, which are critical, your GPSs, your compass, and other safety items, please store it securely. Your fishing materials and other types of equipments, please ensure that you secure it properly, because those are susceptible to being dislodged and carried away by the wind. The larger boats, ensure that your gears are secured safely on deck, as well as your safety items. This is very important because, God forbid, we are not hoping that the storm would affect us, but just in case it does, that we want to ensure that following the storm, your vessels, your gears, your equipment, safety equipment, your engines, you can retrieve it and recommence your fishing operation shortly following the passage of the hurricane.
Right. You keep mentioning securing and doing those securely. So give some specifics as to what would you deem as secure. Mm-hmm. So where do I store my pirogue, my little fishing boat, and my engine and so on and so forth?
So with regards to the smaller fishing boats, as I said, those under 30 feet, you can haul it up to land as much as possible, because it is expected that there will be storm surge seas, and as a result, haul it up as much as possible from the coastline, from the shoreline. With regards to your gears, there are lockers, fishermen lockers, in a number of fishing areas. For example, Melville Street, Grenville, Gove, Carriacou, Sotes, Duquesne, Waltham. There's a number of fishermen lockers. So use those lockers to secure your engine as well as your safety at sea items and your fishing gears as much as possible.
Right, right. So now we have secured and they're riding this out. Of course, you're going to advise them not to go out and look to see where their crafts are during the storm or anything. But so after the passage of the hurricane, in terms of mitigating, what's in place from the ministry, the point of view? What do fishermen do? How do they report their losses? And what's in place to buffer or support them?
Yeah. So immediately following the passage of the hurricane, what we will do, we will dispatch our field officers, our extension staff, but also other officers will be involved in undertaking an assessment of the industry to determine what is the extent of the damage that has been affecting the country. And following the assessment, okay, we'll compile it and actually analyze it. And what we will do is that we'll report to government. And from there, in most cases, we can engage donor agencies as what happens with Ivan. But the important thing for the fishermen to do is to ensure that following the passage of the hurricane, that you take whether it's photos or what have you,
Right.
of the damage that you incur. Because our officers will be going out in the field to capture those information.
Right. Photos before should help as well.
Photos before would help as well. If you
Right.
have photos before, that would be absolutely critical. So we
Right.
can compare what it was before and following the passage of the storm.
Right. You mentioned Ivan, so there's an indication that you've had the Ivan experience.
Yes.
And so you're in a position now to kind of talk through, what that was like and what were some of the best, let's deal with the best practice side of it, the things we learned that we should be moving with during this time.
Right. So Ivan was a real learning experience because as Grenadians would know that after Hurricane Janet in 1955, Grenada has never suffered a serious hurricane.
Yeah.
So Ivan was a major challenge. But as a result, we have learned from Ivan. For example, the assessment. We have had many international and regional agencies that assisted us in conducting the rapid assessment. So that was a plus in its sense.
Right.
We have had also a number of organizations, for example, the FAO has assisted fishermen tremendously in replacing the boats, the
That's the
engines.
Food and Agricultural
Food and
Organization.
Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has assisted Grenada tremendously in replacing boats, engines, gears, safety at sea items, but more so the infrastructure.
Right.
FAO has assisted Grenada in terms of constructing fishermen lockers and also our communication, our ship-to-shore communication network.
Right.
Because that is what the fishermen would use to communicate out at sea, back to land, or to another fishing vessel. So FAO had assisted us in re-establishing our communication network. We have repeaters at Grenada, at Guave.
What are those? What are repeaters?
The repeaters, ship-to-shore repeaters. So these are the communication network that you can talk through.
Okay, so that's like
So
a chat. Okay.
similar like that, yeah, similar like a channel. So we have ship-to-shore repeaters. Actually, we currently have a repeater in Grenada, in Kublal,
Right.
Mont St. Catherine, as well as Guave, Melville Street, and Carriacou.
Okay, great.
So those repeaters are being used to so that fishermen can communicate through those repeaters
Right.
to shore in the event of a disaster.
Right.
So FAO has assisted us in restoring all those repeaters following Hurricane Ivan.
Right.
Also, some of our infrastructure, our fish markets were damaged. They also assisted us in restoring those infrastructure. Government also played a part in terms of assisting. But it's important that we can mitigate and reduce the amount of damage that can occur following the hurricane. If we don't secure our assets, because these are what you use to earn your livelihood. So you have to protect it. It's your job. So if we don't, you find that the extent of the damage can be exacerbated
Right.
much
Because
more.
of,
Because,
right.
So secure your assets as much as possible and ensure that the damages could be mitigated following the passage of the hurricane.
Right. Do you have any recollection of a percentage of what the damage was to the marine industry, i.e. the fisher folk from Hurricane Ivan?
Hurricane Ivan, especially by then, we had much smaller boats, and the precautions were not taken. And as a result, we had almost 90% of the boats And at that time,
90%.
90% of the boats has been damaged. Some completely. There were about 650 boats around 2004. And 90%. So, the industry has received significant damage.
Yeah.
And we're trying to avoid a recurrence of that following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. So it's critical that you take those precautions and protect your livelihoods.
Do you think that we have a more savvy set of fisher folk now, that in terms of knowing what their resource means to them, what the industry is their livelihood, and so there'll be that urgency to protect those?
Of course, we have the fishing community now. Fishermen, the average age is much younger now.
Right.
And they are much more savvy in terms of technology. I am sure most of them are actually following the tracking of the storm online. But most of them are doing that.
Right.
But also over the years, we have increased our training and capacity building in terms of safety at sea.
Right.
So at every opportunity, we have been training our fisher folks in safety at sea. As a matter of fact, only the end of last year, we have concluded a safety at sea program, among other things, captaincy and other programs for fishermen throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique.
Yeah.
Okay? And at this training program, you will learn how to use your GPSs. Because one of the issues we had in the past is that fishermen were encouraged to procure GPSs. But the problem is that some of them cannot operate it. But now what we have seen, most of them can operate the GPSs. And the GPS is so much an important piece of tool.
Correct.
Okay, in terms of your location and everything else. Okay, but your radio communication is also critical. So almost every year, the Fisheries Division have been undertaking a number of training programs, but for safety at sea. Under the World Bank funded food security project, the World Bank will be providing a significant amount of assistance to Grenada for the fishing industry. It amounts to about $1.65 million US.
That's impressive.
So that's a significant amount. And part of it would be allocated to training in safety at sea and captaincy for our fisher folks at all levels, because we have different levels of boats. We have boats right up to 55, 60 feet now. So we need training at all different levels. Yeah, so that's critical.
Right. With the projected path of Beryl expecting to come really, really closer to Grenada, the state of Grenada, but even closer so to the location of Carriacou.
Yeah.
What will you say, and what reports have you had officially from Carriacou as it relates to preparedness?
Yeah, so we have been in contact with the fisheries officer for Carriacou, advising him to contact the fishing industry up there, because Carriacou, as we all know, is a very vibrant fishing sector.
Petit-Martinique?
Petit-Martinique in particular, okay? And what we have seen, the expansion of our longline fleet, mainly from Petit-Martinique, especially the larger fleet. You will see it on the Carenage, but if you go to Petit-Martinique, the fishery up there has expanded significantly over the last decade and a half to two. So we are also advising our fisher folks in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique to ensure that you secure your boats, as I spoke about earlier on in the program. We know there's a number of longliners in Petit-Martinique. Ensure that your anchor, your rope, and everything like that is secured properly. You have, because what tends to happen, you've been using your anchor for a number of years, and there could be damage to the rope or what you have been using. So ensure that you replace, it's not too late, replace your anchor rope with fresh rope that are much, much more, the integrity of the rope is much, much better than the rope that you have been using maybe for a number of years. Okay, check your anchor, make sure it is anchored properly, the stern as well as the bow. Okay. So the folks in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, please ensure that you also follow those protocols in terms of your vessels.
Absolutely, indeed. And your own, in terms of administratively, the Ministry of Fisheries, your infrastructure, your technical support and all of that. How has that been? How has that been protected?
Yeah, well, actually, since yesterday, since Friday, because based on the trajectory of the storm, you had to prepare, even though the warning was not issued as yet. But we have been preparing all our fish markets, because we have fish markets in almost every parish, every town. Melville Street, Guave, Victoria, Waltham, Duquesne, Sutez, Grenville, Hillsborough, and Wynwood. So we've been asking all of the managers in the markets to ensure that those facilities have been protected. We also have, our private entrepreneurs in the fish exporting establishments at Grand Mall and Frequenty, and so we're also asking you to protect your facilities, because following the passage of any hurricane or system, one of the first industry that could bounce back is the fishing industry. And as long as you secure your assets, your boats, your gears, your equipment, you can bounce back immediately. You can return to fishing within a short space of time. The other industries that are affected, we know that's not the case. For example, agriculture. It takes time for your crops to grow back, okay? But fishing can resume once you have your boat up and running. That is why it is so important to protect your boat.
Yeah, critical.
Okay? Protect your boat, yeah.
Critical.
Yeah.
All right, so protect. Any last remarks you want to leave with the fishing community and Grenada at large?
Yeah, just to say that we are expecting the hurricane to pass, to affect Grenada. However, we are praying. I know the entire country is praying. The churches are praying. Families are praying. And we trust that by some miracle, the hurricane would escape the hurricane. That is what we're praying for. But we know that life is that, irrespective of the fact that what you may pray for, sometimes you're being affected. So please, not only the fishing community, but our entire nation, okay, please heed the call of all the agencies, NADMA and all your different ministries and sectors. Please heed the call and prepare yourself for whatever is to come, so that the damage can be mitigated and reduced, so that we can get back to some form of normalcy in a short space of time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rennie, and
Thank you
all the
very much.
best to you
Thank you.
in your professional role as well, and the fishing community, and to you and your family as well.
Same to you,
Right,
same to
best
you.
wishes.
Thank you very much.
Right. So we'll be speaking with Mr. Justin Rennie, Chief Fisheries Officer, advocating and, of course, asking that all in the fishing community, fisherfolk everywhere, to really protect your assets. And I'm sure most of them have done so already, but you got some additional tips here that you probably can run out and take care of in quick order before you go back in to protect your life and the lives of your family and others around you that you are supporting. We take a quick break and we'll be right back with more coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Beryl.
everyone, I said it earlier on today, like season greetings.
Season greetings.
Yes, it's hurricane season.
Oh. You know something? I'm not accepting those. I'm not accepting those season greetings.
It's a matter of, it's in my opinion, a
And
way
you're
of,
trying to
like,
make light of the
make
moment.
light of the
I
moment
appreciate
so
that.
you know, our psyche could.
Yes, and
We need
by
lights,
sure we
yes.
need that because we're coming up. We're going to be. It's getting up to 12 minutes of the hour, 7 o'clock, and it's getting dark.
Yeah, it is.
And of course, we know that anxieties and concerns and so on will be raised, emotions, if you will.
Yes.
We were looking at the system, and I saw you crisis management people and meteorologists, and so I noticed these things make you guys very excited. I don't know why. While the rest of us are in the other side of the spectrum, you
Right.
guys are. So we were looking at there where how it's Barbados not looking good for Barbados at the moment.
Yes, because somebody was telling me this morning, we were speaking about the system, and he said, "Well, Mr. Mack, I haven't heard any good news for the entirety, but you look so calm about it. You just speak about it, and it's like, yeah, it's an event. You know, something is happening." There are some people who really get excited about tropical cyclones. I really don't technically get too excited, but it is one of those systems or hazard that generates with it some level of anticipation, and it gives you a period of build-up. In other words, it's a slow onset. There is a lot of warning time for it. You can follow it, you can track it. And what also is very interesting is when they behave in unpredictable manner. In other words, you cannot exactly see where they're going to go, what they're going to do.
Right.
I
But we
was
can't
saying,
say that about Beryl.
Beryl did have some unfamiliar characteristics earlier on.
At the start.
But she is basically kept on a particular course.
Right.
And as though she's actually found a channel, a track, and she's probably staying on it for a bit. She's been there for a while, hasn't wavered too much, but at times her intention became unpredictable. But right now, as we say, once you've gotten into the warning period, which is 36 to 48 hours before it make landfall, unless there is really a dramatic turn of events, atmospheric or otherwise, there is some drastic change, or there is some divine intervention. Once you've gotten into the warning phase, it means that something will happen.
Okay, wonderful. Well, something is about to happen. Something very important is about to happen. We continue our conversation with Mr. McIntyre. We're not going to let you run away. You're going to be here with us, and we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to have an address from the Prime Minister of Grenada, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell.
This is the National Operations Center of the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and we are coming to you live in collaboration with the Government Information Service and other participating media outlets and platforms. Preparing for Hurricane Beryl and beyond, and keeping the nation up to date on national preparation and response. We particularly want to thank the Ministry of Disaster Management and all other officials at the Prime Minister's Ministry. This is the official source for all disaster management information. This is the National Operations Center of the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and we are coming to you live in collaboration with the Government Information Service and other participating media outlets and platforms. Preparing for Hurricane Beryl and beyond, and keeping the nation up to date on national preparation and response. We particularly want to thank the Ministry of Disaster Management and all other officials at the Prime Minister's Ministry. This is the official source for all disaster management information.
Welcome back to our continued live coverage of tracking Hurricane Beryl. Well, at this time, we're no longer tracking. We can safely say that we are bracing for Hurricane Beryl. We are coming to you live from the National Emergency Center at NADMA headquarters. We trust by now everyone has settled in for the night, wherever you are, at home or at the shelters, and we all are prepared, praying, staying calm, and being very cautious as we brace for the event of Hurricane Beryl. With me here is Sherry-Ann Noel for the Government Information Service. And Sherry-Ann, she went up the western corridor of the island, and she's here to tell us some of the things that she saw as we got prepared for this eventuality. Sherry-Ann?
Yes, Brenda, I did the western route. Even though the shelters were activated at 12 noon, we went from around 3 p.m.
Right.
We passed through Happy Hill, the shelters, they're there, they're activated, no one at the shelters as yet. While we were continuing on, what I saw, we are social people and we seem to like that sort of activity.
Mm-hmm.
So we crossed a number of people by the shops. They're sitting on the outside, they're having a drink, and so everyone just as if it's normal. And I don't think that some of them really understand the gravity of what is going to be happening here in Grenada in a matter of hours. When we got up to Palmis, we went to one of the shelters there that was Nulo. There we met a family, a mother who is bedridden and her 2 daughters, and they said that where they're living, it's not structurally sound. So they decided to move early. So they got there, and 3 of them there at Nulo, no one else yet. And as you continue to go along, you see persons just straddling by, and so as if nothing is going to happen. Also in St. John, you had some persons already entering the shelters, St. Rose Modern Secondary, the St. Peter's RC, and so, which is good. We met up with the minister, the MP for St. John constituency, and she spoke a bit to the work that they're doing, because she is literally going around trying to ensure that the various centers that are activated, that it have a little bit of supplies, so at least to help those who would have come to the shelter but come unprepared. Because, we do have those.
Yes.
Some people, they know they have to go to the shelter. They were told you need to walk with the basics, but still they would just show up without the basics. So she is, and her team, they're going around and ensuring that happens. St. Mark, the shelters are activated. And that I'm trying to give it a time, somewhere around about 4 after 5, but no one at the shelters yet.
Right.
So maybe they're waiting for.
Do you think it has gotten any better at this time?
Well, I would hope.
Right.
I would certainly hope that persons.
Sherry, too, we sort of proud, So you think they're
The
waiting
pride.
for it?
But you see,
When it gets dusk or when when lights, faded to go into the shelter?
but you see, then now it would make life a little harder.
Absolutely.
Because the curfew starts at 7. I think it's right that the officers now would have to, where are you going?
Yeah.
It's in the night. So
Yeah.
you're not, movement at this point is restricted.
Right.
So you needed to adhere prior to you go, you settle in, you make sure you have a little water and everything is well with you in your little
so
space.
your overarching concern is that the time that you went through the Western
Yes.
corridor, that not enough people
That's
had
right.
entered
It's just
shelters.
the shelter at Hermitage. When I got there, the young lady said that she had registered just about 28 persons.
That's
and I was
good.
seeing, which was good, and I was seeing
Yeah,
a lot of
good.
little children amongst the
Right.
grouping. So that was the most impressive at the time, but you're still seeing the people just gather in
Hermitage and St.
pockets.
Patrick,
Yeah.
right? Good.
The Minister Cornwall, he too was going around as well to ensure that the centers that are activated, that personnels are there to welcome people when they come in terms of the registration, because part of the process is to ensure that when they enter, you know who has a medical condition, the medication, you try to
Critical.
help them store it in a safe place and so. And that is it. It's just that I don't know, but I don't believe that reality has hit some of us as
Yeah.
yet.
You seem very concerned
Of
about
course,
that.
I am very
Yeah.
concerned. I
Yeah,
had
yeah.
the Ivan experience.
Right.
And to be honest, when you're going to school, you always say that you want to experience a storm or something. And after getting that particular experience, you sort of worried, you sort of concerned because you don't want what happened back then to happen now. And based on the information that is being shared, you realize that the impact is expected to be much more severe than we had. So in that light, you expect people to take the information and take the information seriously.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, I would hope that seriously by the time that you had trekked through past along, that people had made their way, those who needed to made their way, because you can't, you can't move during the storm. It's just dangerous. It's,
And we got back here after 7. You see, what they have to understand, though, you see, it would make it, because if I am in a safe place and you hear the cry and you did not move to that safe space, the person who have to go and assist you now will put themselves in harm's way.
Yeah.
So that is why you have to be conscious of the whole fact and take the necessary precautions. Move to your shelter, move early. Sometimes people, you may go in a group and you may want to stay in a particular spot. So you go and you sort out yourself early. So that is part of the concern for me, is that shelters were opened at 12, but you weren't seeing much people visiting the shelters. While some of them may have gone to a relative's home,
right.
you should at least see a few people
Expected
within
more.
the shelters.
Yeah, yes. Well, I am sure, and we know for a fact that the shelter managers, and so they are filtering their
That's right.
reports to headquarters here at NADMA, and trust that, those who needed to get there, that they really did. And let's hope no harm comes to anyone, because they did need the early call. What else that you saw there that's of interest?
Apart from that concern, it's just how outside is just relatively calm. Just relatively calm.
Yeah.
You go through, you are expecting, normally when you go through St. Mark's and Patrick, you always see the seas a bit choppy,
Right.
but it is relatively calm. So I guess that's the calm before the storm.
That's it. That's playing out right before us.
That's right.
The proverbial calm before the storm.
I did also see a number in, I think that area is Duquesne.
Yes.
A number of the guys, the fisher folk, would have pulled up their boats and tied them to the
Wonderful.
coconut trees and so on the bay. So I did observe that.
Mr. Rennie was here earlier
Okay.
talking about that.
And we did see a few people trying to put down sandbags in front of the homes. One particular gentleman trying, secure his windows and his roof, and so you met people who were doing things, but then you still saw those who make you wonder whether or not they understand what's happening.
Yeah, it's probably their way of just zoning out. It's
Well,
probably their way.
I hope they're zoned back in by now.
Let's hope so. But it's probably just their way of handling it, which probably it makes it challenging for folks managing it.
But to be honest, even if a hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane is coming, even if you want to consume the alcohol. Some people to take it off your mind. If you consume alcohol to the level that you cannot help yourself and the storm comes, you put yourself in deeper into harm's way because you would not be able to move. Your flexibility, your judgment would not be there. So
And that's why the state of emergency is timely, because you just want to ensure that everyone
right.
is inside and we are all, safe to ourselves and, safety to everywhere else. So that's what, just to make sure that everybody stays put and keeps it together.
that's right.
And we just wait for Beryl
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
ride it out.
Yes,
Just
yes.
ride it out.
Write it out as safe as possible.
Yeah. I mean, I just at this juncture, we really have to just as best as we can, preserve lives and
Just
be,
prepare ourselves.
as
That's
best
true.
as we can. Well, I know our Rikisha was out there as well, and Abigail. They
Abigail,
went to other areas of the island and looking around to see what folks are doing. Sherry seemed a little disheartened by her country folk.
Yes, I am.
Sherry, we spicy, we not easy.
Yes, I know, but
I know.
sometimes things just throw you aback.
I know. You seem quite.
I'm very
disappointed.
concerned.
Yeah, I get that. I see it in your eyes.
Yes, and I just
I
do
get
hope
that.
that my people understands and they're doing the necessary, which I know they will be, so that, even if as I'm here, my mind is still there.
But of course,
So-
we are here and our minds are still, because everybody's at home.
That's right.
Right. But, we're here making sure everybody at home is okay.
And are informed.
And informed, yes, and kept as safe as possible. All right, folks, is there anything else you want to share before you
Well,
take off on your next assignment?
well, before I depart, the most I could say is just to reiterate the points that those of you who are in homes in which you feel are not structurally sound and the shelters are close by, please go. I like to say swallow your pride if you know that your neighbor has a basement, a downstairs, as we say here. Ask them for, you go over and just try and be safe. And sometimes when the storm passes, try and stay indoors. You may hear it, try to look out and,
Yes. Yeah.
wait for the white. I would like to say code white.
Yeah.
So just try and just stay calm and do what you have to ensure that you and your family remain safe throughout this.
Indeed. Safety and ensuring you and your family remain safe. We take a break and we'll be back at more live coverage here from the National Emergency Center at NADMA. We'll be right back. As we brace for Hurricane Beryl, we continue with our live coverage here from the National Emergency Operations Center at NADMA headquarters. With me now is Abigail McIntyre of the GIS. She spent some time this afternoon going through the community just to see what was happening. So she's here to tell us about the area she went through, which was southeast.
We went to
Southeast.
St. George South. We also visited St. David and a bit of St. Andrew.
Right.
Yes.
So tell us a bit what you observed, Abby, and the community responses, and just how, Sherry left a little disappointed in our behavior. So let's hear from you. What were your observations and experience out there?
Definitely. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Apart from some of the videos you would have sent back to base, we really witnessed the community coming together. People who had secure homes came out of their safety, and they helped to transport persons who were either immobile or persons who were sick, and so to the shelters. And as they got to the centers, they would have realized that persons were in need of certain things, basic things, and you saw them running back home to get blankets and toilet paper and things to eat and that kind of thing. So you really saw the community coming together. We saw a lot of that in St. George South, in the town of St. George, and heading up to St. David. You saw people who were a bit more prepared, leaving their homes with their mattress below their arm, fold up with the fitted sheet, and so on. You had kids and families coming out very early in the afternoon while the sun was still up, and so you saw that people took the advice seriously, and you saw, and people were going to the shelters not looking doom and gloom, but they were happy. They were in good spirits, and they got to the shelters. A lot of the shelters that we visited were well organized in terms of place well packed and clean. You could see that the school probably went in there and they mopped out and so on. So, we know that it is an emergency shelter, but it's also a temporary home for persons during the storm. Absolutely. So they tried to make it as, comfortable as possible. So, it was really good to see that. And that is basically what we observed out there, just people coming together. And I think Grenadians do that all the time. When we're faced with an adversity, we band together. And I really am glad that we're still that type of people. And we saw a lot of that in the field today.
Indeed. We are. I mean, for the most part, we are very loving people.
Yes, definitely.
And in these situations, we do band together because that's where the resiliency comes from, the strength of the oneness, that we share. Right. And we can't fight what's coming with nature, but we certainly can band together and make it a little easier.
Definitely.
Lessen the burden and the load.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We even passed in a particular area, I think it was in St. Andrew, and a family was on their way to the shelter. So we were slowing down the vehicle to get a bit of that shot because you saw them with their bags and everything, from the youngest child to the oldest adult. And one of the neighbors ran outside and said, "Where are you going?" And they said, "Well, we're going to the school." They said, no, we have room, So they called them back. So that family was able to stay with another family.
Right.
It was just so heartwarming to see. I'm telling you, we saw people who were still in preparation mode, putting up a board and so on, their windows and doors and that kind of thing. And a neighbor would be passing and be like, "Oh, they need help," and they would go up and help and hold the board so the other one could pong it. It was just really good to see that type of togetherness, and that spirit of resilience that we have. And I just really hope that, we make it through this event safely, so that when we come out on the other side, all would be well with our people.
Correct. Yes, indeed. Coming out on the other side together.
That's right.
That's a whole other operation.
Exactly.
But we need to ride out.
Exactly.
We need to ride out this one first. Were there any, especially with the roads and so on, and all the, sometimes there are things, people take things down, especially when I notice that whenever a hurricane or storm is coming, people have things hanging, they take down signs, sometimes an event that went since last year, they have the billboard.
Exactly.
People did you see any of that?
It was still up, more or less. What I did see, though, in some dwelling homes, people still had clothes on the line. I guess we were trying to catch the last bit of sunlight, and so
Yes,
on. But
yes.
in a lot of the business places, though, they seem to be a lot more organized when it came to that.
Right.
We passed along the Carenage and we saw the new police headquarters that is under construction now. We had the contractor come out and batten down everything, and they put up sandbags. And he said he was not asked to do so, but the financial complex, they locked the gates and everything, but there was no like sandbags just in case the seawater rise. And
Right.
and while fixing the police headquarters that is under construction, he looked across the Carenage and realized, over there was a bit bare. So he took some of the sandbags he had and he went over there to do that. He was not asked to do so, but he did it because he understands, and that was really good too, that people were just taking
course.
initiative and so on. And then he went across to the ministerial complex and he put some out there as well, and so on. So that was really, really good to see happening. A lot of business places passing through the tongue of St. George and passing through Grandlands and heading up. These people were prepared, even supermarkets, village shops. And so you see them battening down. I'm seeing a lot of that now. A lot of the battening down of windows and doors and so on to reinforce the safety. So that was good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's really good to hear. That's really good to hear that, we had one group just, lackluster, and another group, seeing the
Of
urgency
course.
of it. And of course you would get that. You would get
Exactly.
that. But we really, really want to just really tell people to be as safe as you can.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Because we even passed some homes and you see a lot of vehicles in the yard. And when you look up, you would see like a lot of people in the veranda. So you get the impression that families came together. So I would have left my home. My sister left hers, my brother, I know we all come at mommy's house, that kind of
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
Or the safest house in the family
Yeah.
and so on. And you see people going with their liquor pots and their liquor bags with things to eat. I mean, really, we really came together at this time. I know that there were some persons who were still out because along the way we saw people that were still partying at shops drinking. And so, you would always get those that don't take it seriously, and you would think that the lessons from Ivan would have taught us better.
That's
But
how we are dealing with the nerves. They're nervous, Abby.
it's true. Everybody deal
They
with
are
things
nervous.
differently,
Yeah,
but for the most part, people seem to be very prepared. People
well.
were clearing out things around their homes and so on, Like, sometimes you're living like normal and you might have some wood in front of the house, a piece of galvanized from something you would have taken down, and so on. And I saw a lot of people releasing their animals, which
Yeah.
is very good.
Critical.
Which is very good
And we
because I
don't pay
remember
enough attention to pets in the- yeah.
exactly because I remember during Ivan, I was younger, of course, at the time, and we released our dog, and
Yes.
and we are so thankful to this day that we did because somehow dogs have instincts as to where to find safety, and that really helped us during Ivan a lot. So we see a lot of people releasing their goats and their dogs and so on, and that was, you
You
can
don't want
see
to be
people are
inside the house
practicing.
when you hear them crying.
Exactly.
When the storm is coming, so you let them
That's
go
right.
before.
Yeah, so that was good. Even the boats, and so you saw a bit of organization, like they left the waters and they came in closer, and that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, people, I think we really learned from the experiences, and people are listening to the advice that is being shared, and so they are taking the action that they need to take, and that
Right.
for me, I think is really good.
Right. And 20 years ago, we were not so active on social
Exactly,
media either. So now you basically have it in the palm of your hand.
That's
and,
right.
yes, you listen to your local authorities for the specifics of our area, but people can also tune into other reliable
That's
outside
right.
sources like the National Hurricane Center. And so they were getting, information,
right, yes.
right away. So they were preparing and,
Yes.
and already it was in their head space. Well, this is coming
Very
and
good.
we
That's
need to do
right.
this.
Yeah.
So
It's
that
important.
that was critical. That's something we have now that we didn't have back then.
Yes.
Yeah, and then some of
certainly.
us had the lived experience. So
That's right. And experience really is the
Yeah.
greatest teacher
It
because a lot
is.
of people are really using their knowledge and experience from Ivan to put things into place now. We went to one of the shelters in St. David, Wester Hall, and the shelter manager was saying, listen, I am using best practices from Ivan, because we know all what went wrong. We know all what worked and what
right.
didn't work. And we're
Yeah.
putting it into place now and we have a smooth flow right now,
Yes.
and she was just going on and on
Yeah.
about that. So that is really
That's
good. I
great
mean,
to hear.
yeah.
That's great to hear. Because between the time we had Janet to Ivan, That
Exactly.
was
It was
however
a long,
long.
yes, a
And
whole
then-
generation passed and
Correct.
moved on. Exactly.
Yeah, and then
So-
now Ivan to Lady Beryl.
Oh boy.
You know, it's
We
it's-
pray that
it's
she
20
treats us
years.
nicely, you know.
Mhm.
It is, we are bracing for it, but we're still hoping, you know,
Yeah.
for the best. Yeah.
At this point is a brace. I mean, I know
That's
our,
right.
our tag says tracking.
But we're bracing here as well. We're really bracing.
Right now
yeah.
is a brace.
Of course. Oh my
Ain't
lord.
no tracking going on. Right now is a brace. It's prayer.
Exactly.
It's prayer.
hope.
Preparation is basically over.
That's right.
And maybe mental preparation now,
Mhm.
but prepare, pray, and just be very cautious.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're really asking people to be cautious. And I remember in the press conference held a while ago, someone asked, you know, what if I'm at a shelter or in my home where I think it's safe and something happens, you know, like even as you're home right now and you have determined within yourself that my home is safe and I can be here, still try to identify a room in the house where you can go to. I remember last hurricane, a friend of mine, her mom usually volunteers with NADMA, you know, around this time. And the mother advised them that, and she said, you know what, the bathroom seems to be a good place. And the house agreed that, okay, if something was to happen, we go into the bathroom.
Yes.
And it's a good thing that they did that because the roof went and so on, and they were able to gather within their bathroom. It was the safest place in the house, and they were able to make it out alive, you know.
Yeah.
So we're just asking persons to really pay attention to these things. My neighbor, I remember, thought that she was safe in her nice house. And during the hurricane in Ivan, my father had to go out to help rescue her. You know, so we're still asking persons to look out for people around you. Sometimes you hear
course.
someone calling outside, neighbor, you know, something would have happened and they're
yes.
looking for shelter.
Yes.
So just be as vigilant as possible. Right now, it's a bit calm, so you can get your rest, you know, and we wake up
Nobody's
and we just
resting.
brace. I know the nerves, the nerves
Nobody's
is getting the
resting.
better of us, but take that
Nobody's
quick
resting.
cat nap and
Nobody's
let's get
resting.
ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 48-hour ride, if you
Ooh,
will.
it's a long one.
Yeah, nobody's resting.
Of course.
No one is resting. Thank you so much, Abby. Thanks for
pleasure.
your service
Yes.
and thanks for your feedback.
No problem.
And, you know, Sherry, too, thanks a lot. I know Rakisha went out as well. So thanks to you guys and for all the work that you're putting in service to
Yes.
the nation
It's
and,
a
you know,
pleasure.
your own families.
It's a pleasure. We ensure that our families are safe and secure,
Mm-hmm.
and now we can be out doing the nation's business.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful. All right, and we'll keep the nation informed as we go through the course of this evening, as long as the services cooperate.
Yes.
We'll be on air and bringing all the information to you. We have a next update at around 9 p.m., so look out for that as we continue our live coverage here at the National Emergency Operations Center from the NADMA headquarters at Montchelot. I am Brenda Batiste, and the coverage continues right after this.
This is the National Operations Center of the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and we are coming to you live in collaboration with the Government Information Service and other participating media outlets and platforms. Preparing for Hurricane Beryl and beyond, and keeping the nation up to date on national preparation and response. We particularly want to thank the Ministry of Disaster Management and all other officials at the Prime Minister's Ministry. This is the official source for all disaster management information. This is the National Operations Center of the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and we are coming to you live in collaboration with the Government Information Service and other participating media outlets and platforms. Preparing for Hurricane Beryl and beyond, and keeping the nation up to date on national preparation and response. We particularly want to thank the Ministry of Disaster Management and all other officials at the Prime Minister's Ministry. This is the official source for all disaster management information.